What's up, gang? Good morning. Good morning. How you guys doing? Hope you guys got your sleep. Hope you're ready to go. Hope you're ready to have a great day. I think we should get a little more volatility or a little more volume today. We'll see what's to come there. What we're going to do is we're going to hit that like button. We're going to subscribe. We're going to share this with someone. All right. If you guys have any tickers, throw them in the chat. If you have any questions, throw them in the chat. We got a list of stocks we're going to go over. We got a little bit of news that we're going to cover. So if you could hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. It greatly helps the channel. It helps me continue to do this, right? To help put us on the right side of probability and have a place where traders can go to, right? There's not really that many places that you can go to where you can actually trade, come up with a plan and interact and come up with a game plan together, right? So we're all on board. So we're here to, we're here to work together. So I'm Justin. This is the Ivy League live stream. If this is your first time here, we appreciate you guys stopping by. We find that you will find some valuable information here and hope that you can find yourself a home here. So we're going to start off with the S&Ps. We're going to start off with where markets are. Where's the VIX? First off, but where's yields? Where are yields? Where's the dollar, right? Then we'll see where the VIX is, and then we'll go into the indexes, see what the indexes are doing. That way we can gauge where we want to be. We got some individual stocks. We got some small caps that we'll run through, and see if there's news. Let me grab a Red Bull real quick, actually. Let me go grab a little bit caffeine out of the fridge. Let me make sure that I am live also. I am live. Okay. So we are live. And I put out a video yesterday. I took it down really for no reason. I don't know why I took it down. I cursed a little more than I would have liked to. So maybe that's why, but I don't know. So we do have Canada's interest rate decision today. All right. Consensus is 5%. ISM services PMI. This is going to be important. This is pretty much all the, big data that we have. You have imports and exports and stuff, but I don't think we have anything that's going to be moving the markets as far as here in the United States, right? That could really get these markets moving. Unless you get a surprise out of some of these other datas. Like we have initial jobless claims if we have a surprise there. Okay. TRN so far. Nice. Let's go check. Let's look at that real quick. How you doing today, bud? I gotta put it on live chat real quick. That's why it didn't come up. Let me put this on live chat also. And I think I fixed the camera. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. I'm just trying to get a couple things done real quick. Let's see if Dave stops by. Dave Portnoy. See if he stops by. I think Barstool is missing a. I think Barstool is missing. I mean, I think Dave still trades, right? On his site. I'm not sure if he does or not, but I feel like that could be something that could be brought to Barstool. So, yes, I want to grab a Red Bull real quick, but you said TRVN. Yes, TRVN. And Roku is one we're going to go after. I talked about that in the video last night. I'm not sure if you guys got that. I know NASCAR was there. Yeah, that's that TRVN. LCTX and ERNA exclusive to Benz. What is that? 13.3 million float. If you guys don't know what the float is, that is the amount of shares. You want something, it all depends on what price. Obviously, it's going to be different if you have a stock that's $1 versus a stock that's at $5. But you want that float as low as you can possibly get it, because that helps to initiate short squeezes, right? And like we say, all it takes is a couple. Oh wow, this has a 13 million share float. Wow, and it is $1 stock. All right, that is going to be on the list. I'm going to write this down. All right. This thing is all over the place, though. Hmm. We'll see what happens as more traders wake up and the day starts going. They may want to get in now. Look, yeah, it's trying now. Seems like there's a brick wall here. Let me get my time and sales and level 2 up. It felt like there was a brick wall up here. There's not that many sellers coming there. Well, I mean, you have 1,000 net. Well, now it's, you have two separate orders of 1,000 sell. 1,000 shares to the sell side that got filled. So we'll keep an eye on this. I feel like I want to be able to buy the pullback on this thing and just it's going to go. I don't know if it's going to go though. I feel like it's you got a brick wall of sellers here, and we'll see. I'm going to keep my eye on this. Right? Look at. I don't know if you guys can see the time in sales or not. Here, yeah, you guys can see time in sales. Okay, so let me do this. Let me bring it over just a little bit. All right, guys. Let me go grab a Red Bull real quick, and we're going to get busy, right? We got Roku, we got some airlines. All right, just so you guys can see time and sales. Okay, we're good to go. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to run to the fridge, and I'll be right back, and we're gonna run through these stocks. Do you know if there was any news on this? This level 2. Let me see real quick. News. And if you guys don't know, you're Trevino. Why have I heard of Trevino or a company that sounds like it? Wednesday pre-market after the company said it received a 15 million tranche under its existing financing facility. Okay, so they pretty much got liquidity. Shares rallied 23% of the company said it received a takeover offer from Total Security Limited from Just Develop It. Volto shares gained 8%. Increased previous session. Alright, so we'll keep an eye on this. There's a couple other ones. We have some news on Roku, Amazon, things of that nature. Give me 1 second. I'm going to be right back. Alright, gang. Let's do it. So we're going to start with the S&Ps, or we can start with futures, really. If you guys also have any other tickers too, you can throw them in the chat. If you could, hit that like button. Shit. Sorry, guys. I don't know if my mic was on or not. I was sitting there talking, and I don't think my mic was on. Whew. After brushing my teeth with the Red Bull. Sweet tarts. But I don't know. I haven't had a Celsius. I don't know if you guys drink Celsius or have had a Celsius. I like 8-ounce Red Bulls. I used to always like make fun of people with the little baby bottles and Red Bulls, but it tastes different. I think one of my this person I know actually got me on to drinking the 8-ounce Red Bulls. So yields. Let's see if we can find a divergence. What's leading? What's lagging? Looks like the 2-year is leading the way. I feel like. Let's look at a 15-minute chart. Let's look at a 15-minute chart. So it is fairly green. 12.6. Here we go. Right here. Today is the 6th, isn't it? Yes. All right. It's a bit down. U.S. So one trade that I missed out on that I really wish I didn't, and I called out, was TLT. Called it out before the 2-3 day breakout. All right, so we're pretty much still flat. We're in the same area we were as we were Monday. So we'll keep it simple, right? We're still putting in somewhat of an ascending wedge here. It's kind of been broken now. It's not looking so good. But let's see if we can finally get a rejection here and pull these things back. Because this dollar, you're going to have you're going to start having some implications with the yen. And I read an article this morning about them. If it continues, they're going to have to CPR. I'll show you guys exactly where that is right here. There we go, right here. Lisa from Bloomberg posted this today, or this morning, 2 hours ago. The Financial Stability Board has singled out a group of hedge funds as potential sources of financial instability, namely those pursuing macro and relative value strategies with very high levels of synthetic. No, right here. Sorry, guys. The U.S. dollar is spurring threatening interventions by Japanese and Chinese officials, and it may prevent most Asian central banks from loosening monetary policy to avoid aggravated currency weakness. So I want to see if we kind of get back to normal. Like, they start pinning these yields. They bring these yields down just a tad. Maybe bring the dollar up. They got to do something with this currency because... Do they have to do something? No, they don't. But if you don't want an earnings recession, or you don't want things to get that bad, because again, their job, the Fed's job, maximum unemployment, price stability and maximum unemployment, or maximum employment and price stability. So the labor market is tight. Inflation has just it's done its thing, and it feels like it's still just sitting there. It's not like we haven't been at these levels in oil either before. So it says here, Turkey to reduce inflation with tight monetary policy. Turkey's government revises economic growth outlook down. So Turkey revised their outlook on the economy to down. It's not looking good. Japan on Wednesday issued its strongest warning in weeks against rapid declines in the yen, with its top currency officials saying the nation is ready to take action amid speculative market moves. Shortly after, China's central bank offered the most forceful guidance on record with its daily reference rate for the yuan, as the managed currency weakened to a level unseen since 2007. So keep your eyes on the yen, the yuan, or the yen and the yuan. I like to put that little yuan on there. All right, so we're going to get into a mix. We're going to get into a basket of stocks. All right. Let's do this. If you could, hit that like button. It's greatly appreciated. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. And if you have any questions, throw them in the chat. If you have any charts, anything you guys would like to go over, throw them in the chat. Let me get this. And yesterday, in the video, what did we notice? All right, we were red as I don't know what, right? Starting to change a little bit. This was all red. We were red as I don't know what. And this is still from yesterday. So you want to identify where is your weakness, where's your strength. But usually, so if we go into the world, right? The world is, we went from, you're seeing that shift, and we've done this before where if you look to the right when it comes to, the world, and noticing that this was red yesterday and Monday, it goes to the left. So what I'm getting at is we're going to see if we can start to turn and make our graphs, our charts look like this as well by the end of today, right? I want to start seeing if we can get some longs on today. We'll see. We're going to look at the charts and then take it from there. I'm not going to just sit here and say that I'm going to be long. We do have some economic data coming out. Let's look at the VIX. Where is the VIX? We need to know where the VIX is. Wow. We are so close to getting back into that 10s. People say the VIX is broken, or there was a thing with the VIX saying that it was broken. The VIX isn't broken. You just don't have a reason for the VIX to move. That's all that is. There's no reason for it to move. There is no flight to safety, right? There's no hedging. There's not an emergency. There's not like, just, you guys know. If you guys don't know what I mean by that is you don't have people buying the VIX to back up their long terms, for instance. Let's get into it, guys. So here is the ES. This is a 15-minute chart. Let's go to the daily first because we are sitting at an area where, so right here, we're sitting right on the 50-day on futures, or we broke it yesterday on futures. Excuse me. We broke the 50-day on futures yesterday. There really is not a clear support level insight, in my eyes, until you get to 447, right? 440.75, 44.75. I mean, there's really nothing there. And again, this was just an area of resistance that was up at that 50-day where, we took back a nice green day. So where's that going to be? That's just this pivot high right here to the left, right here. That pivot high. I feel like, and I'm going to get into where I feel like the markets could go, and I'd like to see them go there, and I will be a buyer there. Let's do this. Let me go to a 30-minute chart. All right, guys, let's do it. Thank you for joining us today. If you guys have any questions, I'm here to help, right? I'm here to help. Why do we go over the markets? Because you want to gauge what sectors are doing what, right? Is Boeing, Home Depot, Microsoft going to the upside while you have, technology selling off, right? Mid caps, they had a horrible day yesterday. Small caps, had a bad day yesterday. The IWM sold off like I don't know what. That was a really nice trade that I didn't even really plan on trading that much this week. Plan on it. Keyword plan on it. You know, because I feel like we're going to need to get some type of news. Let me make sure. Let me make sure that we have. Okay, we do. All right, we're good. So we're just rolling it over. We're just rolling it over, guys. We have a pivot high right here, pivot low, pivot high from yesterday at 450, right? 450. I want to go to a maybe a 2 hour, maybe a 2. No, we need a 4 hour because this chart is it just doesn't look that good, guys. It's not that good, right? You have a minor support level. Like where could you say your support is? You know, where would that be? Do we look back to this double top back here to the left? Or I'm just looking at this area right here. There's just lower lows. Just, this is just a sell off. I feel like our only option is around 470. Right? 470 to the area that I want to get to at 445. Right? But remember, you're 50 days up here. So what I'm going to look for on the S&Ps in the futures is I want to see if we can pop our heads back up. Well, there's some news that just came out. I'm not sure how big that's going to be or not. Let's see if we can pop ourselves back up to this 50-day moving average, this red line right here. All right, see if we can pop ourselves back up to that. Let's go to the SPY itself. So, and if Roku's going to go today, we can expect another big day out of what? ARK, right? There's another idea for us. All right. Delta Airlines. So, the S&Ps are far above the 50-day moving average. I mean, honestly, guys, I want to see if we can get a bounce here at 448. 449. If we don't get a bounce, if we cannot bounce at this area of 449.14, which we're under, I think, right now, I mean, you really don't have support until you get back down to 445, or even the 50-day, I should say. Let's go to... What are you doing, CRM? Is CRM doing anything? It's not even doing anything. And what I can also do to make this a little bit cleaner for us is... All right. I'm going to be very patient today. I'm going to be patient pretty much this whole week, right? We have data that comes out. So, look at these tails that we have here, right? This whole area seems to be an area of support. I want to see if that actually lines up pretty well. If I go to... And I do have a line there, so I do have that already planned out. This pivot high. I mean, there's really just no 446. You know, it's a little area of support. This chart just is so it's not pretty, guys. It's really not pretty. I want to see if we get a bounce here at 448. I want to see us get a bounce. We're back up above this resistance level. So if I look at this, it was an area of resistance. See, there's just so much chop here. It's like we're just chopping in this area. And the range is from 451 down to 445. Right? That's your range. 450, 445. There's a $5 range there. So I want to see if we can pull it back. I want to see if we can pull this back, get a bounce back, and see if we can put in a higher low. Maybe we get up here to test 450 again, 449.50 area. All right, we do have pivot low there. 449. Yeah, we already got our levels pretty much, guys. Support, resistance. We're bouncing here. I want to see if we can get down here, guys. I want to see if we can get back down to 443 area. Ultimately, I want to see if we can get back down here. Um, yeah, the squawk box that I have right now. Yeah, I have a squawk box that's just spitting out news. All right, let's see here. These charts are so ugly, so I'm just gonna go. Let's go to the cues. I don't know. I don't mean to waste time, everyone. So once again, I just heard somebody say that there's nothing here. Well, there is actually. There is ISM data out today that is going to be and should be market moving, especially if it comes in as a surprise. So please make sure you do yourself the due diligence to know what it is you're doing and who you're getting your information from. I'm trying to get Bloomberg back up on my phone, and it's being a little witch. let's see here. So we have the NQ. All right, you're going to want to watch. Oh, shit. I did not mean to do that. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, no, I did mean to do that. No, let's not do that. Okay. So we are well above the 50-day moving average on the NQ. Just trying to get my phone to... I don't know why it's doing this to me. All right, whatever. So the NQ looks a little bit better, right? The NQ looks a little bit better for a trade. It's just some of these setups on the SPY and whatnot, they just don't they don't look that great. They really don't. I mean, like, what do you guys see here? I'm curious to know. Right? You don't have a previous, so you have a you have a double top here, right? Double top, previous support, kind of support, and then it doesn't even get to it. Puts in another double top. So I'm just gonna go get into the different names that I want to look at. And if anybody's joining us, if you could, you can throw in some tickers that you guys want to go over. Any news that you've seen or heard. So there's our 50-day. 372. This actually is a good area right here. 372. I'm going to put this down as an area to keep on watch, as an area that could possibly be support, but it's not support, it's resistance, right? It's only this is what I mean. This is tough, guys. I'm going to give the markets a little bit because there is no clear, to me, there's no clear support and resistance. There's really not. So if I got to wait, CGC has been going off lately. You know, look for, I'm going to see if we can put in a lower high. What would that look like? That would look like something like this, getting up to like 378. These charts are so ugly, guys. They really are. These charts are so ugly. It's so bad. It's so bad how ugly they are. Qs are still holding up, trying to hold up. So maybe we just have to look and see where it is. What is setting up? I don't like it. I'm done. Moving on. Roku. Let's go to Roku. There's news with them laying off. They're doing a layoff. They're making some changes here. So Roku to cut about 10% of the workforce as additional measures to reduce expenses. Um, they expect, I know there's more. They expect Q3 total net revenue of 853 million to 875 million. So Roku is one that I'm going to have on watch. This ETF forms a bull flag pattern after Cathie Wood defends Tesla's 2000 price target. And what is that? Confirming its uptrend remains intact. Talking about ARK. Holds a large position of Tesla shares. Looking at AI. Oh, TARK. They want, so they're talking about here a 2 times leverage for ARK. All right. Let's move on from that. All right, so I'm going to go through here. If you guys have any tickers you guys want to throw in the chat, you're more than welcome to. First, I'm going to start with the weekly chart and see what moving averages we have. So that's a really nice hold and a bounce off of the 50-day. I feel like we're getting a bit oversold. Maybe this might be the last little run that we put in, and we put in a lower high here. I know you can't really see it. So you check out your RSI there. ACYT, right? Let's see if we can get back up to this area, 68 or so. There is a... Come on. There's too much stuff going on right here. It had such a nice day yesterday, and of course it comes in with some news. And I missed this yesterday. I missed it. Why is that up there? Hold on. Why is that up there? Oh, I see. I see. All right. All right, so we're good. Oh shit. So Roku, let's go to a daily chart. Roku is, you know, I feel like they might sell the news here. Um, you know, I feel like you get a we can get a pop off of this thing. We do have a gap here, and it feels like it filled that gap yesterday. Um, just let me see here. So you have support. That's a really nice break retest off of that area. And now it's starting to pull itself back up. Let's see if Roku can actually try and form a cup and handle here. I'd be interested to see that. It's doing what it needs to do right now to do that. And if you get an increase in volume, that's the thing. You're going to need an increase in volume, because if you don't have an increase in volume, it's just going to, even if it sets itself up, it's going to break down. It's not going to. It's not going to. It's not going. When you have patterns, you need the volume and other stuff, the criteria to meet to to get that follow through extension, and get people to take notice and really want to get long or get short, right? Because if, like me, if I'm long, or if I'm looking at this and I start seeing a cup and handle, but I start noticing that the right side of this cup is lower in buy side volume, and then you get the handle pullback, and it's an increase in selling, I'm going to know that's going to be a failed breakout. You're going to get that little bit of bounce, bang, and then it's going to sell off, and you're going to get people that are trapped long that are going to have to sell, and then it just, so you want to start seeing, like, after today, you want to start seeing that volume increase. You want to see that increase in volume. So Roku, we have a previous area of resistance right here. All right, right here. Let me get rid of all of this. Let me get rid of this. Let's get rid of any other nonsense that we have on this chart that we don't need right now. And I'm sure this trade's going to get taken. This trade is already going to happen pre-market. So this trade is probably long gone. You're going to have to wait for pullbacks. If you're thinking about getting long, you got to wait for the pullback. All right, so right here we have an area of support and resistance. Oh, my side. All right, so yesterday's high is an area that we're going to see if we can pull back to and get some support in this area. All right, so if I go to a 15-minute chart, we are way above yesterday's high. Hold on, let me go to a daily chart real quick. Difficult moments. I feel that. Okay, now it's back here on the 15th. On the 15th, where's the 15th? Right there. Alright, so... that's insane, guys. We're already up into this level. Wow. You're gonna have to wait for a pullback, and I think this is gonna be an opportunity for people to sell, and it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. They're using this as an opportunity to take some profit. You can't blame them either. You can't blame them. You get an opportunity like that. This was a nice trade, especially if you bought it early in the year. You're up a decent amount. And this isn't, to say that that's what you should do, right? You want to play the long game, but this is a name. You just, these type of tech companies, they one earnings report or one bad news, and you're down 30, 40%, 50%, right? 94. Yeah, I'm going to go look. So we are right here. We topped out at 95. So we topped out at 95. $91. That might be a area of support. But I want to see if we can sell this thing back off. I think we got to get... I think it's got to pull itself back down. Alright, so we have a... Let's do this right here. So this is a short, 91.50. And look at that, 91.50. Look at that pivot high, pulls it back, up, bada bing, bada boom. So I'm going to write this down, 91.50, Roku. And actually, let's look to see if, let's cover our grounds because you don't want to get, so the 100 weekly moving average is at 101.90. I'm trying to look to see where, so we're right here at 92. And look, you see you're getting a little bit of buying pressure step in there at that 91.50 on Roku. 91.50. So we're right about here. 94. 94.28. There is a gap fill here, guys, too. Just so we're all aware, there is a small gap fill right here. Tom Brady's on CNBC. We are going to have our NFL show later on. We're going to go talk about the Chiefs and Detroit game, what that means for the line with Travis Kelce getting injured. 95. All right, let's do this. I'm sorry, guys. I got to get better at this. I suck so bad at this right now, but I'm going to get better. And don't forget, guys, the airline. Sorry, I was looking at Tesla. There's just nothing. A lot of these charts just suck, right? They just suck. There's just not really much going on here. So let's look at UAL. So here we go. Now we're getting something good. Now we're getting something good, baby. Look at that bounce off the 200-day moving average, right? This is what we want to see. Look at this. Boom, 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 right? So let's look to see if we can get a nice pullback and get a long off of UAL. It's not ironic that there's news this morning and it's bouncing off the 200-day. That I found the 200-day. Look at the RSI. It's oversold. Weekly chart. About oversold. This is how we make money in the markets. At least I trade this way. I don't just look at Microsoft, Tesla, and stuff like that. I want to know what is the best setup. What gives me the best probability of something happening? Like, look at that. Look at that weekly candle. Going right off of that previous pivot high right here. Right? You came up, double top, pulled it back, rallied, broke it. Now we're going to see if we can make this whole stuff support now, that prior base. See if that happens. I'm going to go through the levels right now. So that's a weekly 200-day. You're getting a weekly golden cross, by the way. We also have a weekly golden cross that's forming. What is that? That's when the 50-day goes up through the 200-day moving average. That's a slow moving average, a slower moving average, just sitting wherever it is, going down or whatever. And the 50-day is working its way up through it. That's telling you that the short-term momentum is to the upside. You want to see volume. You want to see volume on that break through it. Or at least on the when it breaks it and it pulls back and gets that bounce, you want to see volume come in. So we could sit here and read these charts, and then you could really kind of break it down. There's a the 9 with the 90 MA and everything with volume. Yeah, I want to see if we're able to get a bounce off on these names. I would really like to see if we can get a bounce. Um, this would be a nice play if we can get it, guys. If we can get a nice bounce here on this. So let me put a box so that we know, or so that I know, this is my 200-day. Sorry, Mouse is just being a little asshole. You gotta be kidding me. Why is it not doing? Why is it continuing to do that? I don't understand. Come on. I was gonna say, I know it can do it. All right, so we have flat top resistance up here that I want to look to see if we can get to and pull this market back up. Um, oh, come on. There's a small cap going. I'm actually going to look at that. guys have any questions, you guys can throw them in the chat. If you haven't done so and you're just joining us, hit that like button. Right now I'm just running through some of the lists that I'm looking at. So I have UAL here, and a few others that I'm looking at. You know, UAL's getting that pop. You have a flight. You know, I want to see if what that really means for it. I'm going to touch back on it. CGC. There's a couple. There is a couple small caps going again with the marijuana. This one's bringing. We could start getting a really nice move on this. Let me run through this and look at the daily. I mean, if we could get this thing up there at $2 or so, we're going to need volume. It's going to need a whole lot of volume to get this thing running. And FOXO is another one. Let's see here. 1 minute. Like look at FOXO. Wow, there's 100% right there. 100% on FOXO. That volume is starting to run dry a little bit. You're going to need a pullback. So like I said yesterday in the video, if you joined us, the small caps we're going to take. We're starting to do what they do best. You got to pick your spots, right? You got to get on something like this pretty early. This thing's already won 100%. You're seeing a decrease in volume. If you don't know, you do have to. You need to know that you have to limit order in and out when you do play small caps pre-market. So canopy growth is another one that's been running. I want to go to a 15. I want to hold on 1 second. Let me chart this out real quick. So there's really nice support there, guys. You guys see that at 71 cents? Right? There's some pretty nice support there. If you get another test near that area, you know, that could be an area where your stop loss would be. You know, let me go to a daily chart first. These things have been demolished. Now I don't know what type of short squeeze they can have, if any at all. It's at its 100-day almost. It's pretty much at its 100-day moving average. Hopefully, you know, you're aware that it could just get smacked right there and just reverse itself. You're going to get a lot of profit taking as this thing moves higher. The higher it goes, the more people are going to be taking profits. People have bought these things. They've been suckered into them with groups, right? Groups that go out here and sell courses that the members. I'm not going to say any names. I could, but the members make fun of the courses, right? They mock and say, he said, I looked at the courses once. I looked at them once. Like, come on. And you think you need to buy and do that shit course, that rushed shit course that they did in a week, that they ran through, right? That's not what you need to make money and get rich. Right? If you want to get rich, there's a ton of ways to do it. Right? Start a business. Open up a business. I don't care what it is. Get into the capital markets. Anything. All kinds of things, right? Build a website. Learn how to build a website. Go purchase a domain. Go make your own domain. And who knows? Maybe you'll own a domain that a company wants to buy. And there you go. You own the rights to the domain. So, yeah. But, you know, this false sense of courses and shit, it's so funny, and it really cracked me up when this person, and they come on here every single day selling courses. Little do they know, the people that are the moderators in that chat didn't need to take those courses, right? That half of them only been trading since COVID. Half of them only been trading since COVID, but that doesn't take anything away from anyone, whether you're good or not at trading. But to sit there and mock the courses, and that's what they're trying to sell, right? It's just funny. It's just the irony, right? Oh, the irony. And this is the same person that told everybody buy the dip, right? Buy the dip. Buy the dip in marijuana stocks. He told y'all to keep buying the dip so that he could have someone to take his shares and him and his friends' shares, right? Because he knows a lot of people in that industry have a lot of shares that they've been given, and they need somebody to sell it to. So that's where you come into. Um, that's where you come into play, right? They tell you to buy the dip, and you are buying their shares. You know, it's a rough industry. You guys got to know what's going on. Got to know what's going on. And you can't defend the fact like you said, no, 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 I said this. I said, no, no, no. You literally said buy the dip, and you called them a you know what while doing so. These people are frauds. It's not that they're frauds. They don't give a fuck about you guys. They really don't. They care about one thing: selling that item and moving on, right? Yes, would they want you to come back? They need a few people to come back. Yes, they do. But for the most part, if you read anything about half of these people in SEC filings, you're gonna get a whole new, um, you're gonna get a whole new view on who they really are. If you read some of the SEC filings and what people like, some of the things that were, some of the things that they do and the stuff people have said about them and their actions. Um, and that's okay. You got to be a shark. You want to have that type of stature, and you would like to have nice things. Sometimes you got to step on people, and it is what it is, right? But I'm just here to let you guys know that you might want to rethink some of the decisions you guys are making with some of these people. 74 cents. We'll see what happens here. If we can get a squeeze, I mean, your next resistance level isn't up until $1, right? It's not up until $1. Got a pretty clear ride there, as a matter of fact, too. Right? You might get a pullback at 85 cents, but anything after 85 cents, man, this is a clear sailing. This thing's gonna go right to $1, right to $1.16. Um, if I read that correctly, we'll take it from here. Shit. I don't want to forget about this. I'll put this in here. There's a double bottom, previous pivot high, $1.25, right? 75 cents. That's a nice percentage on the stock alone. Let's see here. All right, so let's go over. So I want to start seeing this thing curl. Start curling itself up. What else do we have? We have Roku. Um, to business here. What do we have? Let me see what we have here. Small caps and whatnot. So Meta, guys, I am watching for Meta. We got to bounce off yesterday's high. All right, I'm gonna see what we can get with Meta here. If it's gonna give us what we're looking for. Um, really nice support up here. Finally got broke up above it. Let's see if we can get that volume, right? Get that thing up there, right? I want to see if we can get up to this gap fill and get it up to this 307 area. Um, I mean, hell, you don't really have resistance until you get up to 310, right? 310 is where the real resistance starts to come in at. All right, 310. That sort of thing. All right, so again, 310. That's where I'm looking, guys. I want to see if Meta can get up to 310. 310, 350. SKX Skechers whose lap force for patent infringement of its proprietary Skechers hands-free slip-ins design. That's Sandy Kilo X-ray SKX. If we want to see if we can get a pullback too. Now we broke it 306. Yeah. Yeah. I like 310. I like 310. Zscaler gave back everything it did yesterday. Alright, let's go over the SPY. Let me go through a couple things real quick. Let me go get something to drink and I'll be right back. I want to see if we can get a bounce and try and get ourselves to pop back up to like this area up here. I want to see if we can get back to 449.80. I want to see if we can put in a lower low. That's my guess. This is my guess, guys. Come on. I'm sorry. It's like, let me make sure it is clicked. That is my 449.86. That's just my guess right there. So I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'll be right back. Again, small caps had a pretty bad day yesterday. Watch yields. They're starting to get a bounce on the IWM. See if we can gain back everything or somewhat of the things that we gave up yesterday. Let's look at Roku. It's still holding. Look at that volume pre-market, gang. So you know this thing's going to be a roller coaster at open, right? And I'm ready to ride. I'm ready to ride. Let's go. So these are the things I'm watching. I'm going to wait till the market opens. All right, I'll be right back. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Not even. If you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat. Anything you guys are looking at. All that fun stuff. We're going to murder it today. I'm going to murder it. Maybe I'm taking your money today. Maybe I'm taking yours. All right. I'll be right back. I promise. All right, so let's do it. I got some coffee. All right, got some water. Let's do it, guys. It's game time. Watch the dollar. Got to keep an eye on the dollar because that's where our. And remember, we have data coming out. ISM services PMI. Um, you do have Fed Beige Book as well coming out today. That won't be until 2 o'clock. I'm going to get all of my stuff ready real quick, gang. Shit, I'm sitting here talking to myself. But Square as well. Square has a downgrade. I'm going to be patient this week. I'm going to be really patient. I'm going to wait for setups. I'm going to wait until this data comes out. I'm going to wait to get volume. I'm going to wait for my direction because there's no reason to rush any of this. I'm telling you guys, just be patient. It's a holiday week, or was a holiday week, I should say. The volume is going to be a bit, skewed. We have some major data coming out next week, so it gives this market a little bit of breathing room, right? The market needs a little bit of time to breathe and whatnot. This market's been going nuts, as I've been saying. I'm like, man, this thing's just needs a break. Like it hasn't had a time to consolidate and rest and really, you know. So we'll see, you know. Let me get this done right here. Studies. Let me get my Mac. Let me get my Mac. Come on. All studies. All studies. Let me get RSI. We did have whatchamacallit, Airbnb. You got a lot of news out with Airbnb, right? With New York. So we have that. I gotta use the restroom real quick. Wow. UPS. And look, as soon as I'm on UPS, they're talking about transports right now. What a day it had yesterday. Alright, let me go use the restroom and I'll be right back. There's a lot of opportunity out there, guys. You just gotta know where to look, right? Airbnb, Roku, right? You got semiconductors, AMD. There's a lot out there to choose from. So just manage your risk. Manage your risk. Wait for the setup. And we are 92. 92. All right, let's go. Let's get it. This should be exciting, guys. Should be an exciting day. See if we get a pullback on Roku. Good luck today.
PPIH power pipe announcing contract awards.
All right, so here we go, guys. Let's see if the SPY can... I don't know if I should use a 1 minute or...
U.S. markets are open.
And there goes the S&Ps.
Jones Industrial Average down 0.27%. Nasdaq down 0.27%. S&P 500 down 0.28% after the open.
All right, let's see if we get some buyers stepping in here. Nope. But we should. We should. All right, so there goes Roku to the upside. I kind of want to get short Roku, honestly.
There's a Roku at the intraday high now, 94.11, following their strong guidance.
And look, right there was the area I was looking for.
Announced earlier.
Right there.
That's Romeo Oscar Kilo uniform. Roku shares up about 12% now.
What's up, Bingo? My guy, how you doing today, man? Yeah, I am too. I got Roku on watch too. I kind of want to give it a minute. But see, this is tough for me. I feel like we got a gap fill up top. They've had some good earnings. Look at the S&Ps, right? This is where, like, if the S&Ps start breaking pre-market lows, watch out. All right, watch out if the S&Ps start breaking pre-market lows.
34.57 up about 3%. Company announcing additional share buyback. That's Hotel Oscar Golf.
All right, so now we've broken that key level there. You've broken that key level at 448. You've broken it. Your next level will not be until 446, if not your 50-day. Oh, we're back up in it. Again, it's going to be a range. So, you know, that's what I would keep an eye out for, that area there. So, yeah, SPY looks like it's going to pull itself. It's hard. Let me see here. All right. And there it goes. There goes the SPY. I knew it. Once it struggled. See if we can get a bounce back. Like I said, it's not until about 446. All right, not until about 446. Let me actually give us a level there.
GOOGL hearing Cleveland Research with positive comments. These numbers
446. 446.50. Yeah, 446.50 is our 50-day moving average. All right, let me see here. I don't want to miss Roku. Let's go, Roku. So Roku's being a little... Okay, so there, boom. And remember, guys, CGC. CGC is also another one that could get a really... Look at the volume that came in on this thing today. Bigger than anything else that we've had. All right, look at that volume on CGC. Man, I'm going to buy some CGC for right now. And again, we have our levels. We're going to look to get up. See if we can get this thing up to $1. I want to put it in a... I'm going to have a stop loss in on it, though. I want to... You know, because I don't know if it's going to give us a pullback. I will let you guys know if I get in it when I... And if and when I do get in it. Look at the clear volume that's in that thing today. Right? Clear volume's in that. Oh man, I hate to waste my time with this stock.
KSCP, Oregon Hospital deploys first KSN industrial plant. First contract for second year. Kilo Cindy
I'm
Charlie
trying to hold
Bravo.
that initial morning candle. Oh shoot. And look at the SPY trying to bounce itself back just a little bit. I was going to say, that was a pretty big overreaction. Pretty big reaction to the S&Ps. Because you got to think, we're coming in with the 0.75%. Not 0.75%, but 0.3% gap down. Right? Guess I should have saw that coming. Okay, so there goes CGC. There's the volume coming. That's why I'm a little leery on that stock. Let's just stick with the game plan on Roku. And there goes Roku. There it goes, guys. Roku's making a new high. There is a gap fill up top. If you don't know, there is a gap fill. So looks like it's going to try and make 94.75 to 95 support. Pre-market high is at 94.86ish. 94, yeah, 86 area. Look, it just bounced right off of it. Bounced right off of it. And there's a gap fill on the daily chart. I still think we have a lot of resistance here on Roku, right? This whole area up here is a major resistance level at 97.98. Right? 97.98 is a major resistance level. There is a small gap fill that it just closed. It just closed it. It just closed it. And technically that, because it got bought through it, 97.50, 97.46, and look, it just broke it back down. It just broke back down. All right, cool. Let's do this. Yeah, there's a lot of resistance level at 98, guys. There's a lot of resistance up there. The SPY is selling off. What's the Q's doing? Let me see. Sorry, guys. I wasn't looking at exactly what it was for. Haha, yeah, man. Yep. Yeah, man. Good. That's good to know. At least, you know what? That tells us that we're all, that we're doing what we should be doing. That we're looking at the same. That we're looking at the right stuff here. Pally looks like it's going to Pali. So look at this thing. This thing's just going. This is a dollar penny stock, but I think for a gap fill and gap run. Nice. This thing got halted. So Pally got halted. Usually I don't trade these lowest stocks. So the S&Ps are trying to curl themselves back up to test pre-market lows now. The volume's decreasing to the downside. See if we can start getting the S&Ps to start popping up to test VWAP. Or just make a new low on low volume. Okay, that's fine. Alright, let me get back on this. I'm going to give it time. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be patient. I wonder if that was just... I wonder if that was our buying opportunity right there. Alright, so... yesterday's close. high. Alright, so
Now we have a
23
9:45.
fib.
5 minutes. The S&P Global Services.
Alright, so that's a low volume pullback there. That volume started to decrease on as it got up through that level. Let's see what I'm gonna give this thing a minute. I feel like I'm kind of I'm neutral on this stock. I'm more so to the downside, but I would like to be more on the downside up at 98, right? Like we said, like Bingo said, 98's, and there it is. I just feel like it's going to do something like that to shake people out of the long, and then it's going to start going to the upside. All right, so cancel. Let's go to Rook. See if we can't get this thing up to 98.
The ALI Palisade file hitting $1.70 at the high on continued heavy volume now. Papa Alpha Lima India.
You gotta love when there's 249,000 in volume, 250,000, but only 74 in the open interest on Roku. It's hilarious. You're in mid cap options then. Um, so there's $100, and we said 98, so that's still.
On a circuit breaker, Alpha Delta Tango X-ray.
That's who they're hurting right now too. Is these out of money option buyers. Man, if this thing sells off, I feel like I'm gonna kick myself in the ass, because it's not that it's like bad that it's selling off, but it's like it's giving people an opportunity to take profit, and I feel like it's more of a take profit than anything else. But I'm also not blind to the fact that we could get a bounce. I feel like we should have already gotten that bounce, but this could be a little bit of a shakeout. That's a low volume pullback. And it's going to get ready and flip the script. But we have data getting ready to come out. This has news, so it can separate itself from the news. All right. And there's that pivot high. Here it comes. See if they get some buyers to step in. Come on. All right, so I knew it. I didn't know it. I don't know it because it's still low volume, guys. There's still some low volume here. So watch for a little double top here, or a double bottom. Watch for a double bottom here. That's the last line of defense is the low 92s. Last line of defense here. The spies are. I'm gonna take a shot. Here. Spies got a nice little bounce on lower volume. I feel like some buyers are stepping in. Where's my time? Let me get my level 2 up here. There's there's a slight double bottom there, guys. Here we go. Shit. Those options are already up. Damn it. I could have just got them at 46. 46 cents. They were the hundreds. The only reason I chose the hundreds is because they were more liquid. And if my target's 98 and we're at 93, I should be able to take some profit there. That's why I'm not looking to go to 100. All right, let's do it. So we're getting ready. I feel like it's trying to wait for this data, but it should start to bounce. You should start to see this thing bounce. That's a low volume pullback. Look at the SPY, just straight reverse there, guys. That's some nice buying. $93.07. Look, and then the bids just stepped down. That's crazy. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, there was news out on Amazon today too. And look at the SPY, guys. Look at that. 369. Look at that just flip. Look how it just reversed there, guys, on the SPY. Um Still seems to be a little area of resistance there. Pre-market highs. Um but wow, what a turnaround there. All right. And I knew it, man. Shit. How'd I know Roku was gonna do this? It's a good thing I didn't get those. Um So it feels like that's what they're doing. They're taking profit with this thing. But I'm going to give it a minute. I don't want to be too patient with it. So my thesis was right that they're going to take profit. But I feel like this is your last stand. So one of two things can happen. We're going to hold here at this 90. And this is your 38.2 fib. Pre-market, this pivot low at pre-market, 91.25. This is where we should start to see some buyers step in. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. And now these options are really cheap, so I may just take a stab at it. I want to see what the SPY does, though, because that's a pretty big candle with some volume on the S&Ps. See if we can bounce back. Let's let this market find its footing. Yeah. Well, it came out with news. It came out with news with layoffs that they're trying to save money, and then they also raised guidance. All right. So this 38.2 may hold. Like this volume was a bit lower. So let's start to see if we get some. I'm gonna take a shot for that reason. I just bought the 100 calls right there. I'm gonna give this to this area here again. My initial thought was them taking profit on Roku, and also it's going to depend on the markets. But since it has news, so I am in those calls right now. I'm going to take profit when it gives it to me, guys. Base hits. I'm not going to stay in this trade very long. This thing has wound down 100%. It was up 58. Now it's at 30 cents. So see if we just get a test even at the initial morning open. I'm not going to hold. Yeah, this thing is just draining. So just be careful. This is a small position. There we go. That's nice. There we go. Up 10%. All right. Going to try and give this thing a minute. I don't feel comfortable in the long. I really don't. For some reason, I don't feel comfortable in this long. I really don't. But I'm going to wait a minute. I'll give it a few minutes. It's a really small position for me. I want to see if we can test VWAP. If we don't break back above this opening candle, then I'm going to know pretty damn quick. So, you know, there's a 10% profit there. You could also look to see what ARK's doing. You know, you got to watch if you don't know if Kathy's trying to take this opportunity to sell. They ain't buying it up here, right? That would also be my other thought here. Yeah, it doesn't want to bounce, guys. I feel like this thing does not want to bounce. It's just sitting here. Something's going to break here. Maybe we give it to that 10 o'clock area. I'm going to give it a little bit, but I'm not confident in the long. That's just my thoughts. My initial thesis on this was a sell-off. That's a nice... Let me try and see if I can throw out a limit order on this. I'm going to try and get out of that position and actually take a short.
JBLU, JetBlue says experiencing a system outage affecting bookings. That's JBLU, JetBlue.
All right, I got a piece off out right there, guys. I threw out a limit order at 35. That's a 10% gain on that position. Now it's starting to pop higher. That's fine, even if I'm out, because this is where I would see a short come in, guys. This is where I would look for a short. If I'm looking to be short this name, this is a really nice break of the opening price, and we start making it resistance. This could be a really, and look at the volume, right? Look at the volume here. How the volume is decreasing on the buy side, right? This is the exact setup that I use for CRM to short it, where it comes down, breaks, boom, 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 and then breaks down lower. So I will look for the, I actually might have got more out of that. Sorry. I got more than 10%. I got more than that $5 a contract there. Because I pressed it, and then it actually filled me. It filled me at a better price, so that's cool. I don't know exactly what it filled me at, but just my total, I can tell that that's what it did. You guys see how it's just sitting here, and it's not like there's no momentum. We got 10 minutes until 10 o'clock also. I'm just trying to, you know, talk out loud what I see. And here it goes. That's why I say something's going to have to start giving here. I also don't want it to sit sideways. There could be so much volume that it sits sideways in this little range, right? Because there's so many buyers and so many sellers that it can't move, you know, one way or the other. It would have been awesome to see this thing go up, but I would feel like you'd get more profit taking with the environment that we're coming into. You're not going to, it's just, are you going to get buyers up here? You know, they raised guidance and whatnot, but nice, man. That's what you got to do right now. At least for me, right? And a scout can be 20 minutes, 15 minutes. You get profits, just take it. Because it's not like we have news like, look at the SPY. We're still right where we opened, guys. Right? You got a nice little bounce on the SPY, yes, but look what happened. It just completely got reversed. All right, so here it is. Let's see if we start getting some sell volume come in here, guys. Let's see if we get this selling pressure to come in. There goes the SPY too, right? Look at the SPY just taking that candle right back to VWAP. Let me make sure I'm where I should be. Crowley's dropping back down on an increase in volume. Yeah, there goes the SPY. I want to see if we can get this SPY. Maybe I might try and take a position on the S&Ps, but I don't want to be in a position that's not going to move either. Maybe we can test this 50-day, right? Can we get this thing back down to 446.25? All right, 446.25. Sorry guys. 446.50. I mean, I'm sorry, 446.50 area. I don't know what I got that there for. Does a gap fill come first? Or does the 50-day come first and then we bounce back to get that gap fill back up to 449? That's going to be the question there. Roku just ain't moving, guys. There's so much volume. You can get this happen from time to time where there's so much volume that you just have equal amounts of buying and selling, and there's so much, it just can't move. It can't move. Usually you want that volume to be one-sided. And here we go. We're getting ready to get that data, by the way. That's this ISM services PMI. The market will move off of this. It should. The market should move off of this. Selling pressure just fell on Roku. What else did we have? Oh, airlines. I was looking at UAL. Right? I was looking at UAL for a nice bounce. I feel like it has done that. Man, that thing is bright. Yep, it did it. It got up to that. Wow, guys. That would have been a nice play there, but I'm sure it did it pre-market also. Look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Man, that's a nice rip. If you can get this thing to get some support in here, yeah, that would have been a big trade right there on UAL. That would have been a big trade because it moved a pretty good amount, right? From 70 something to 50, $47 to 50. It's a little bit. All right. The SPY ain't moving. Waiting on the data. Sorry guys, I gotta re-zoom in on this. 54.5. And there goes the SPY. Wow.
Canada overnight rate target unchanged at 5%.
Unchanged rate target for Canada. Also,
Canadians entered a period of
there goes Roku. Damn it.
an impact of wildfires dampened Q2 activity. Again, Bank of Canada.
Look at the S&Ps. Like I said, guys, I was looking for that 46. Looking for that 46 on the downside. 46.50 area. This is your 50-day moving average.
Futures are falling here, 44.78.
S&P, or not S&P, but
Canada.
Roku just doing a whole bunch of nothing. A whole knitting out of nothing. I've been in the markets close to 10 years, probably 8 years. About 8 years. For sure 8 years, you know. For sure 8 years. You know, get working up on that 10-year mark. So this is a good short, I would think. Like, I'm coming from, like, this is a pattern that I usually see on CRM that's on Roku. You just need the volume, right? You're starting to get, it's starting to, I feel like it could also be hard to pick a side with having so much volume equally weighted to the buy and sell side that it just is just pinned, right? And then it just might need a little time for one, you know, parts of one side of the buy side or sell side to step away, and then it start taking over. But it's not selling off. You know, it is lower than where it opened.
Press release
How about yourself, Bingo?
NBSE, Nuvei Cemented acquired a 20%
Here we go.
stock in Nuvei.
If it reclaims this area in VWAP, this is going to be fun to watch on Roku.
That's NBSE.
92.80. See, it can't catch a bid. Like, the bids just went from 92.80, and then it just dropped to 92.72 right there where it is now, and then it went to the 60s. See, look, 92.75, and then it drops. Keep your eye on that bid. 65.60 cents. I'm going to call it out as I see it. 56 now, right? 92.51. The bid's getting lowered. 47, 40, 34, 39. See how quickly it dropped there? The bids are just getting... wow. So here it goes. Starting to work to the upside. 51. And this is Roku, by the way. Look, went to 51, then dropped right to 41.38. So this thing is not holding a bid. 43. 44. 53, 45. 49. Here it goes. This is, I feel like this could be it. So what is it waiting? Is it going to find support here at the, but again, we do have support at this 38.2 fib. You could have support there. You're at your trade line. Watch the yields too. That's the other part. Roku could be affected by these yields, by the 10 yield, 10-year yield if it's rising as well. Come on, you gonna start doing it? There she goes. Like I said, it could look. It's already at 91.86. We're out of 92s. Roku's just not holding a bid. But that's only until you come into areas like this 91.25, 91.23. It's an area of support. Yeah. I know. This past week I did. With trying to stream, trying to get stuff ready. I did. Because it's like every week I come on here and I'll go over, because I still, there was a lot to learn. Like, I wanted to get some of these videos out, and between trying to learn how to edit, right, just making thumbnails, writing descriptions, trying to do my own research, a lot, yeah. And like this week, I was like, I don't mind taking a week off, and but yes, you can get burned out from it. It takes a little bit of time in the mornings, like where to find out where you should be in the morning. Small caps, large caps. So here goes Roku. We have an increase in volume there. That was. This is the area I'm watching. But yes, absolutely, absolutely, I do. I felt like that yesterday. I felt like that yesterday. Um, it can burn you out. You just got to pick your spots too. I think a lot of people forget, like, wait for perfect setups. Like, if you're a cup and handle or reverse head and shoulders type of person, you know, and you have a reliable paycheck that comes in every day, then just be patient and wait for those perfect setups, those opportunities that you're watching the markets, and even if you take like 10 trades a year, but they're always just beautiful setups, you can just those setups where you can size in on them, right? But you can trade your support and resistance levels too, um but yes, absolutely, Chris, absolutely. Especially in this type of environment, that's the thing that people forget too, is this type of environment can eat people's accounts if they don't know what they're doing, right? It's a lot easier to trade in a bull market. We're buying the pullbacks, and you know we're being long the pullbacks. But this type of environment, when premium is where it's at, because you got to remember too, like when we're selling off, like when the VIX is up at like 18 or 23 or 24, 25, people are paying X amount for premium. And if they can't sit through that drawdown and don't get the entry right, they're going to lose so much money. And that's how bear markets just kill people's accounts, especially people trading options, is that they've paid so much for these options. It doesn't move. They're in dailies or weeklies, and the VIX is where it's at, so premiums are jacked up, and they can't sit through like drawdowns of the option, even if they're right. They can't sit through the drawdown because they don't know if they're right, but they just got to give the stock time to do what it needs to do. That's how a lot of people lose money, and that's the goal, right? That's the goal of bear markets. That's what the Fed wants. The Fed wants people to lose money. They want that liquidity to dry up, um, and it can be daunting, right? I haven't experienced anything like this. Like, for the markets to do this in the summertime, this is the first week we've had where the S&Ps haven't really had a reason to move, right? Like, really, really move, and they are. Um, it's like the spy is just war. I can just picture him like a runner, just his hands on his waist, like breathing heavy, right? Just getting used up. When you get into once we get out of this environment, if we do, it might be a while. Trading gets a lot easier. It does. Trading isn't usually this difficult. This is when it's hard. This is when trading is hard. So there we go with the increase in volume, and now this is where the game plan is either going to be right or wrong, right? My initial game plan was, I feel like this gets sold off. This news gets sold off. We get a pullback off of this news. People take profits. So far, that's happening. But if we hold this 38.2 fib, you're going to get that gap fill up above. But us not being able to get back above the initial opening price tells me that my initial thoughts were right. That I needed to be short this. I needed to be short this thing. And there's your increase in volume starting to come up, and so that's why I took profits so quick on that long, because I did not have faith in the long. I didn't have faith in it. I should have got short here. I should have got short up here. I had the options chain up, but Now it's too late. Watch, you're going to start getting people that are going to try and short it right now and buy puts, and this thing's going to pop up. This thing's going to pop. It might. Yeah. Hold on, I'm sorry, but I can't see it. It's because of the way it is. Let me see here. I know, I did too. My thoughts this morning was to get down to that 446.50 area. Was to get that pullback to was I thought about it earlier, but I'm like, I don't want to just take a position in front of the data. Was testing the 50-day, which we should be about there now. 50-day on a daily. And we do have beige book, exactly. We do have beige book later today. So we did just tap the 50-day moving average. Let's see what the Qs are doing. What's the Dow doing? What's IWM? I felt like IWM could get a bounce. The Qs. This is a nice spot for the Qs. We could start. Oh, the Qs just broke it. The Qs just broke it. Shoot. Wow. What I'm getting at is I want to see if we start to get a bounce, because if the IWM small caps start to lead us to the upside here. What's the Dow doing? See, the Dow's already starting to bounce and go green. It's trying to go green. It's only down 0.2%. Not 0.2, but 0.2%. And it's at support. Fuck, man, I missed that short on Roku. Damn it. This thing's moving slowly to the downside. I'm trying to see if it's going to give us one more bounce attempt. So we were watching the bids just drop. Yeah, exactly. It's holding pretty well despite the whole. Yeah. XOM should, I mean, energy should hold up. It should. We were lucky to notice that. To notice energy when we did. Alright, so we are getting some tails. That's a nice pattern. That might be it, though. Yeah, that's just it's so crazy. Look at that. Double bottom on the 50-day. Broke out of the pennant. Boom, boom, boom. Like right here. Boop, boop. There's a double bottom. It's really like a triple bottom. Just tagging that 50-day and just ripped. This tail here is what I would be worried about. I feel like we could get a pullback on energy. I said it earlier in the week. We filled that gap to the left of us at 114, 115. And look at that wick. Look at this wick. Boom. So I'd be cautious. I'd be a little cautious. Could be some profit taking. Could start to see some of that start to peek its head once you start to get up to that level there. The higher you go, I'd watch level 2 and watch the orders that get filled and see if they just like you start seeing some pretty big orders getting filled randomly. Could be putting in a double top. All right, so Roku is definitely obviously a short, so we were correct on that. My initial thought was this is going to be a chance to take profit on Roku. It's got a big bounce. You know, they're not going to buy it up there. Kathy Woods isn't going to load up on Roku up at that price, right? I would, it's that was my thought process there. We had that gap fill up at 78, so if it did try to go, you did have room up to 78. But my initial thoughts were to short this thing, and I'm not in it. It's unfortunate because now with time, I would have to time it all out. I want to say if we get a bounce, I want to get in this name, but I'll have another quick look at it. Um, Let me see what else we got going on here. Um, Come on. Um, let's see here. Apple is also to the downside here with this news. Look at Apple, guys. Wow. 2.6%, almost 3% on Apple already. 3%. Shit. Airbnb could be a short as well. I gotta get on. I gotta figure out what it is that I'm gonna do and do it before it gets too late. If I'm gonna do something. Man, I can't get over how slow Roku's moving. I can't get over it.
Senate Majority Leader Schumer says the bipartisan shift to avoid a government shutdown. Schumer says that both sides work in good faith, embrace bipartisanship, and there will be no shutdown.
So they're meeting again? There's just news that Chuck Schumer said that there was that they're coming to an agreement or something. I don't know. I guess they have another debt ceiling agreement or something that they're doing. I have no idea. I thought it wasn't until 2025. Oh man, I'm already exhausted. All right, so here we go. We're at that level on Roku. Let me throw up the pre-market lows. I gotta fix the SPY also. Boop. There we go, so we can all see it. Um, so there it was. Pre-market lows just got tested. And it might start its ascending. This RSI and MACD is pretty. Like the MACD has got a huge gap on it. RSI is pretty oversold. RSI is actually trying to, what looks to me, that it's going to put in a lower high here. See if we can get a bounce on Roku. I mean, it could always go lower, but I feel like it's made such a move already that I don't know. I'm getting tired. Already getting tired, guys. I was up at like 4 o'clock this morning, and sitting here watching these little squares gets me tired pretty easy. I didn't get much sleep last night. I appreciate you guys stopping by. I'm going to try and do a college football, go over some college games for this weekend. Michael, M-R-I-N. 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 So here's Marin. This thing is going, guys. 50 cents to 60. There's a 20% move. Here we go. We're going to start getting these dollar stocks starting to just rip. SPY is thinking about trying to make a new low. It's a nice little bull flag there. Come on. Well, we said the SPY would more than likely come down to test this 50-day, and it's doing just that. It's going to start getting a little bit stronger, though. Look at the RSI, and the MACD is closing in. RSI is making higher lows. It will start to trend to the upside here shortly. It should. I would expect it to. Again, I'm just going to hang tight because I've already missed my short on Roku. I feel like, okay, there's that initial move. And it looks like it's putting in. Is it going to break a new low here? That's what I want to know. Is it going to break a new low? It's just a slow grind lower. Fuck, I missed it. Well, it makes me feel good that I was right on the call, right? I didn't expect anybody to pull up and buy up there, so. Oh, that's right. Moderna and Novavax. There goes the SPY again. There we go. Coming right into that 50-day. Take notice to your indicators, right? Look at the RSI not making a new low. Again, you also got to worry about timing it, but Roku not holding a bid. I will say it is trying to hold this 90 area. It hasn't stepped down to 89. Look at Moderna. I had this son of a bitch on watch too. That sucks, guys. That sucks, man. That could have been a big payday on Roku today. I wasn't sure. I wasn't really, I was leaning to the short side on Roku. If we do get a bounce, maybe I'll look to try and to enter this thing small. But I need a bounce back. I should have known when it broke here that it wasn't. I don't know, because if I say it breaks here, then I still have my 38 too. Well, it's different now because it's not. It's upside down. It changes everything up. So that's the problem with some of these gap ups. Unless it's got to be some pretty big news for it to hold up. So I'm just gonna sit back, guys, for a couple minutes. If you guys see anything or news comes out, I'll let you guys know. I may actually look to see also if the S&Ps give me that bounce back. I'll look to take a bounce back on the S&Ps up until lunchtime. Get that low volume bounce as we get into lunchtime off of this 50-day moving average, which looks like we're about to get into right now. Yep. Yeah, I appreciate that, Chris. You said ICCT. Yeah, that is. Hey, this thing's still hanging on. This thing's still hanging on. That's a good chart. I mean, this isn't pretty, but it's also not ugly either. Right? This thing could hang on. This could just sit here and put in a pennant. Um, Look at that. It's actually a really nice chart. It's a really nice chart pattern, man. Good find here. I don't think a lot of people know about this. I'll tell you right now, if people did, they'd be swarming on this. You got an increase in volume, a low volume pullback. Um, 30. Damn it, I hate being this tired. I gotta get up and do some push-ups. Look, we just broke that 50-day. So the only place that I could see us holding is back down here at like, I don't know. This thing's gotta hold up here. It doesn't have to do anything, but man, we'll see. Maybe it's just, you know, it's not gonna be exact. Just under the 50-day.
Here's the button. I have some push into pumping here. Easy.
I'm so fucking tired, man. I hate this. I've been trying to drink more water. Man, there it goes. There goes Roku. Shit. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. I know, bro. I know. It is what it is. We had to get on it early. We had the increase in volume. We should have got short right here at this bounce. Um, you know, it is what it is. We were on the right side, but it bounced. That's a failed breakout right here. Failed breakout. I waited to see if it was going to put in that double bottom here, and it just rolled it over. It rolled itself back over. We had the chance. Low volume pullback right here. Right, this bounce back was on lower volume. RSI overextended. People aren't, buying up at that high. Now maybe if it pulls back and then it's going to need, maybe it needs bigger news to get up to that 98 level. But I feel like this, and it did just about get there. I mean, it's at just 96, so it's $1.50 away. But you put $1.50 on somebody that's got 20,000 shares or something, it's a little bit of change. They're not going to buy up there. They're going to be taking profit, if anything. So the thesis was right. I should have stuck with it, but I wanted to give it a minute to see what it was going to do, and turned out to be right. So where would the target be? Would be the next question. Where would we look to exit this trade? Um, I'm not sure. Let's see here, because there's not much. Come on. All right. Man, if this thing gets down to 86, be something. 86 to 84. This fucking mouse is pissing me off, man.
Company CEO out with a letter now on the next phase of WeWork.
So WeWork CEO coming out, getting ready to say some dumb shit, I'm sure, or say something nobody cares about.
Says today we are kicking off the process of global engagement with our landlords to renegotiate nearly all our leases.
See if that would be another entry point there, or see if we get a bounce. Watch the SPY. Look, see how the SPY just got nice volume there off the 50-day? Look for a bounce there. I'd be looking for a bounce on the SPY. I just also want to make sure Bingo's all right too. I know he was thinking about long.
Bear Caves and Dorsey tweeting out new Bear Cave newsletter on Thursday at 10:30. Says we'll be exposing a $1 billion plus company with
There's
uses of
2,000
misleading and harmful
orders sell side
marketing.
that came through there on Roku.
That from the Bear Cave.
I still think the spy might need a little more time here. 10:30. MRIN. Marin's still going too. Look at the increase in volume. I mean, that's 1.8 million shares in a 3-minute candle. MRIN looks like it's trying to go. Look at 670. So Chevron LNG workers pause strike until Friday.
Whiskey, $10.87 up about
So now we're gonna start getting all these small caps to start ripping out of nowhere. I had to get up out of no. What?
We were getting a pop now following
Okay, that's WeWork right
from the
here.
CEO. That's Whiskey Echo. We were $3.90 on WE. Shares of We Work are now halted on a circuit breaker.
WeWork got halted. That's so crazy.
That's WE. We Work halted now on a circuit breaker.
This sucks. I feel like the day's done since I'm not in a position. Was able to pull out 10%, if not a little bit more than 10%, but Wow. It's brutal. That sucks. Brutal. Yeah, guys, I'm not sure if I'm going to get in anything today unless there's a small cap or something changes. But if I do, I will let you guys know. Um, I'm going to go walk to the fridge. I'm going to go do a couple push ups and try and wake myself up a little bit. Be right back. And I am trying to quit smoking, but I don't smoke that much. I really don't. I have maybe a couple in a day. I usually don't smoke until like the afternoon. Sometimes, like yesterday, I had two or three, but I'll be quitting soon. I want to see if we can hold this 50 day, guys. We're still holding it. The S&Ps are still holding the 50 day. No.
WE worked recently right now with the Echo line that letter from the company's CEO, and they are renegotiating leases. That's with the Echo. Seeing some increasing volume now, $4.17 on WE, up more than almost 18% now at the high from we were. DTSS, A2C, Jersey, new highs for the day now 13% on full volume Delta Tango Sandy Sandy.
All right, couple push-ups. I left the mic on. That's all good. Couple push-ups, and all right. So here goes Roku. I was getting ready to say 11 o'clock. See if we can find something here at 11 o'clock. Pally is a small cap. There's a lot of small caps going on, and what's going to happen is you have all these small caps going, and it's going to get hard to get them to go because it's like you got to find which one has the lowest float but has the most volume. This thing is ran like I don't know what already. So it's going to be, oh, this is a really nice setup actually. If it can continue and put in a lower high on the RSI, we could get a bounce coming in right now, guys, on Pally. Look at the tape starting to speed up. Shit. No, come on. Let me see here. No, I don't like it actually, guys. I don't like it. Look at the volume. I don't like it. I'm going to be honest. I don't like it. Look at this sell volume here, guys. It tries to break out. You're going to have a brick wall at 165, 164. But if you do get above 165, 164, you know, you get a gap and it gaps up above that area. You know, it's going to be hard because there's going to be a lot of orders there. And like I said, this is why you can't time the market. Look at the SPY. It's still coming down. I still expect it to make that run back up, right? Whether it's back up to VWAP. I still think the SPY can get a little bounce on it. I'm going to take my eyes off Pally real quick and go to IWM. I had to walk away. I was getting tired, guys. Come on. Oh man, the IWM broke back down into that area. Let's see here. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. It can. It can. It is no good. You're right. It's no good. But I had to get up. That's alright. Because yesterday I think I had maybe two. You know, I had maybe two smokes yesterday, and it's all good. You know, one thing at a time, right? I don't drink, I don't smoke weed or anything, or, you know, I really am just kind of focused on getting some stuff done. I'm thinking about getting my Series 56 taking that. So we'll see. I have cut down a whole lot, so it's only a matter of time now. Let me make sure everything is a screen. All right, everything is good. All right, let's go. Let's get this money. Let's get it. Let's get it. I feel like 11 o'clock we could get a little. We still have some solid selling going on the S&Ps, but you are, look at this dip buying that is taking place. You are getting a little bit of orders stepping in. They've just like moved to the side, right? The buying has just moved to the side. My target on the SPY overall was down here at this previous resistance level that we haven't made support, right here. This is going to be the area I want to look for to get it. Right there at that turquoise line. Right, that previous line. We have a little area here that we could get a bounce as well. But what are we doing? Like I said yesterday, look what we're up against, right? This day we just ripped. Where did we open? Pretty much we sold off yesterday and broke that close up here at 449.25 area. I know you guys can't see it, but we broke this area. And I said, look, you don't have consolidating price action. So expect another day of that, but in the opposite direction. And what are we getting? I said that yesterday, guys. I said it yesterday. You know, you would have had to catch me saying it, but I know I said it yesterday because this is what I was looking for. I'm like, we don't have anything here to like really stop. Like even here, like look at this area. You just sold off. Here, bought up, right? So there's just like, there's no like support and resistance at all in this area. So eventually 443 would be my target for a small entry. We'll see what happens. I still feel like the S&Ps are going to bounce. We could see a bounce on the S&Ps. When? That I have no idea. Right? I don't know. Because it looks to me that the buyers just stepped aside. They're not buying. They're good. They said, I'm going to pass. Maybe this is all because of CPI next week and stuff. With energy prices rising, right? Could be part of the issue there. Could be part of the positioning that we're seeing today. Let me see here. Let's see. What am I at? This is the IWM and the Qs. Let's see what the Qs are doing. They should be lagging the SPY. The Qs should be lagging the SPY. There's a nice retest on the Qs. And the Qs are down 0.8%. The S&Ps are down 0.7. 0.7%. 0.75%, we'll say. Is that going to be an area of resistance now? Is that the opportunity I should have taken on the Qs for a short? I feel like it was. I feel like that was the area to take the short on the Qs. And look at the SPY. It just rejected. The SPY's just rejected the 9 EMA to a T. It is overdue. It is, right? You know, market sentiment's to the downside. But, you know, what's the correction for is my question, right? We still haven't gotten CPI numbers to say that inflation is picking back up. Earnings were good, right? We can argue, like, future, well, are they going to be good in the future? The thing is like, the market tries to price things in the future, but it doesn't know what to price in. Like, how bad is it going to be? How bad is this recession, this earnings recession going to be? Now, I guarantee you, if I pull up the dollar, we're trading directly off the dollar. I would bet every amount of money on it because the video I put out. Oh, and would you look at that, guys? There's the dollar right there. Look at the dollar ripping. I said it last night. If we get to 5, and I fucking deleted the video. I don't know why I deleted it. But I said if we break above this level on the dollar, watch for the SPY to start trading off of the dollar. Because it was going to be an area where now we're not going to worry about rates. Now we're going to worry about the dollar and what that does mean for earnings. Because there's that earnings with the dollar. We're back at that level where, you know, you're going to have that foreign exchange worry again. Right? We broke it. We're back at this 105. This 105 and higher, this is where it starts to do more harm than good. All right? It starts to do more harm than good. And I said that last night in the video. And that's exactly what we're doing. I still think we'll get a little pullback here. This could just be another lower high, right? Because you have a gap here. And I brought this up a while ago. That we have a very small gap here. Right here. And where is it actually? Hold on. I know it's here. I know there's one here. Where is it at? 158. I mean, that's a wick open, but I still don't consider that a gap fill. Well, that's it. So, oh, right, that's what it was. Well, we did make that resistance. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see what the dollar does. I mean, it feels like I don't know how much more this thing has. I really don't. As soon as I say it doesn't have much more room to run, and then it does. So this is crazy. I mean, they're running lockstep with each other. Let's see if this dollar starts pulling itself back. Let's look to see if the SPY does start to see if the SPY can start getting a bounce if the dollar's able to pull itself back. That's a big rip in the dollar. Fuck. I should have just bought like 2-month out puts, because that 443 when we broke out of it and ran, we never came back to retest it. We never retested it. All right, look back here. Boom, boom, boom. There's our resistance. I remember that day, and I said we're gonna come back to visit it because you never made it resistance. You know what I mean? All it's doing is just a round trip. Just making a round trip right on back to that area. And see if we can't turn this into support. But we do have minor pivot high here too, though. 445 psychological number. Right? Right here. So I still wouldn't make this resistance support though. All right, it's important because it's, you know, I just, you know, it's an area I think we come back to. But it's just when. And then now look at just boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that's crazy. Wow. Is energy coming back down too? What's energy doing? Is take notice to see if everything's coming down. XLE. Yeah, energy's selling off too, it looks like. Wow, look at energy, guys. Holy shit. That is a true bear market for you. Because when a bear market starts, I mean, it doesn't matter what it is, everything gets sold off. Gold, gold. Oh, there was that move on gold too that I said last night that I forgot about. Fuck! Look at GLD. Damn it. Um, I brought this up last night. See, I did the video pretty late because I was doing a couple things, but look at that, guys. Head and shoulders, retest, bang. It might still be early. It might still be early for this, right? Do I think it put in the high for the year? That's a good question. So here's the thing. The high. To me, the high is, or why we were down, like what happened up here. And if you guys want to put this up there, right? I like to kind of have date, like kind of know what's going on. So obviously that blue square was from Fed Day, but this gap down here was from the downgrade, right? That Finch downgrade. So do I think that the high is in for the year? I mean, if we find support here at 445 in this area, 445, 443, call it. I'd say we get back to it. This man, that sucks. It might be. It might be. It might be the high of the year, guys. I'm going to go with that. It might be. Why do I say that? Because I feel like we're going to start seeing some ramp up in unemployment, right? And the timing for unemployment is starting to, you got Roku starting to lay off more. They're doing another 10% layoff. We are about 2 years from the Fed and their rate hikes. The thing is I want to see if what the market does if we don't get a rate hike next meeting. If we don't get a rate hike next meeting, maybe we rally until something bad starts to happen, like whether it's GDP or something. That's a good question. That's a very good question. Yeah, I think I was looking at Pally too. Did it go? So the thing about Pally I was talking about, shit, you're right. It did move. Damn it. I knew it. I told you. I knew it was coming, but I was worried. Shit, it got, fuck. I'm sorry, guys. We were just talking about it too. And like I said, I want to see if we can put in a lower high here on that RSI, which would bring us up and out of there. Yeah, it's so why I'm going to bring up the daily chart is because if you regain 453, 455, right? That puts you back in this 461.50 area, like this range, right? Double top, double top. Let me do that. Right? This area right here, this box, right? That would put us technically back in this whole area here. Right? It would put us right back in there, and maybe we see 468. So we'll see what happens with the Fed Day and unemployment. I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure. I tell you what, if you start seeing us start to put in smaller candles, I'll be able to answer that question. Like, there's just a couple things I feel like it's real negative. I'm sorry. It's just this question it's a good question. It's a really good question. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we retest it. It's halting down. shit. I mean, unemployment's still really good. Even if unemployment loosens up, it's still decent. Um, I want to know why. What my question is why am I struggling to answer this question? Is because who's gonna buy up here? That's my question. So if you guys know, like institutional buying, they will look at a 5 year expectation, right? Like what's their return at the multiple they're buying in a 5 year expectation? They'll go after healthcare stocks that are beaten down. They'll go after like some maybe utilities, right? That are just trading at value at like such low multiples that they make more than what they're trading at, and it's only like a matter of time before their earnings come in, and that earnings starts to get priced in of what they actually are making, right? What they're bringing in. So where is the S&P trading? What is the multiple of the S&P at 457? Is it a 21 times earnings, 20 times earnings? Because in a 5 year expectation at 20 times earnings, the return has been negative every single time, right? Every single time the S&P, if you were to buy it at a 20 times multiple or higher, the 5 year return on that was negative. So if I know that, I know the big boys know that. So I'm kind of asking myself, who's going to buy it up here? That's the question. And what would change that, right? The Fed not raising anymore, right? The Fed not raising anymore. That's why those are the two things that I'm juggling right now is what does the Fed do? What does Powell and crew do? Especially if crude oil prices are going to go higher, what does that do for inflation, right? Um, do they just not cut and say, you know what, we're not worried about the fact that oil is going to go up because we know there's a lag effect? We've done enough. We feel like we've done enough. And even if oil still goes up and they still pause, what does that mean? Right? So we know that the spending, consumer spending, is just dwindled to hardly anything. You should start to get possibly more layoffs, right? So we'll start to see when this unemployment number starts to tick up. We're coming into that 24, or I think we're around like 19, 20 months now. That 2 year mark, that 24, the average is about 24 months before when that unemployment really gets going. And I brought that up a while ago, and somebody brought it up yesterday on CNBC, which was funny. It's tricky. It's tricky. So there may be people that are going to buy it here at 455 or so. But if they're looking at a return of 5 years, 3 years, 10 years, they know or should know if they've looked that, again, if you bought at a 20 times multiple, the 5 year return on that was negative. So it's tough. Maybe it's not every single time, but more times than not, when you've bought it at that multiple, you haven't had a decent return in 5 years. The risk isn't worth the reward. Especially when you have the dollar. Like, what does the dollar continue to do? Right? Do they start doing something with the currencies? Because you're really going to have a recession, or not recession, but like an earnings recession if the dollar keeps climbing. Are they really going to like just do what they should do and continue to do this? We need pain, right? We need to get things back down to normal, because all these people that are retired and on fixed income, they're going to struggle, right? They're going to struggle. I mean, rates have been so low for so long. We need a reset, right? It would be healthy. Yes, in the short term, there's going to be pain. Things are going to be bad for people and stuff. But today and age, you have so many different types of ways to make money. that it's a little bit easier than it would be for someone back in 2008, 90s, 80s that didn't have, Airbnb, Uber, just, you know, just so many different types of ways to make money that wasn't a thing back in the day. So that could also help offset, any bad. I don't know, guys. I like that question though. Do we put in a new high? Is that the high of the year? That is a very good question. It really is. That is a really good question. Because what I'm thinking is what happens if we don't have a Santa Claus rally and we get through September and stuff, and we go to fill this gap and we get right up to the gap, and then we get more news about banks or something. You know, it's hard to say. Yeah. What's that? College CB. What's that? College ball? Well, here's the time for Pally. See if Pally's gonna hold that initial morning high. I don't have pre-market on, so I don't know what the high was on that. I still feel like Pally could give us a little bit more. As crazy as it sounds, I still feel like it would not surprise me if this stock like to put in another lower high. So here's a decent. This is a nice little support area for the S&Ps. See if we can start to get a bounce at 405. See if we have orders sitting there. I'm gonna watch time and sales on the level too. I think I'd still see. Look, there's another 12,000 sell order that just got filled. So that was 2,200. Let me see here. Wow, I can't believe I freaking missed this. I thought early this morning about getting puts for the SPY too. To see if we could get down to the 50-day. Brutal. This is why sometimes you don't need to question yourself. And even if the position is small, just put it on. Right? Just put it on. Instinctively, I was telling myself to grab just a few contracts, 4 or 5 contracts at like 445 puts, and see if we get that test to the 50-day. Because we have support, we have the 50-day. There's a couple different things going on there to give me the reason why we were to head there. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have to look it up. And that might be it for Pally. Might be. What were we looking at? Roku, that's what it was. I'd like to see a bounce out of Roku and then be able to hope, that'd be cool if it gave us a second shot.
questions about green shoots. I think it's easy to see green shoots a little prematurely, but the pace of activity is definitely picking up. And the only thing that everyone needs to remember is, again, it then takes time for deals to be announced after initial discussions begin, and then another period of time to close. So I don't really see the election
What's up, buddy?
actually be completed. There's just a natural lag in the process that takes time. And even if the regulators
Yeah, I know, man. I know.
clear at the margin,
I'm with you.
still challenging
I'm with you.
things,
I know.
and the courts are being a bit
I know.
clearer about even challenge
My intuition was that 50 day.
that still takes a lot of time.
What do you think about FTC Chair Lena Khan's strategy here? I know you spoke with her at the Economic Club of New York. You know, now that you're on the deal-making side, it seems like there's news every day. I've heard Amazon today report that they're going to get a suit from the FTC. What do you think she's trying to do?
Well,
That almost looks like
Club of New York, what she's not
an inverse cup and handle, doesn't it? Right here.
the statutes.
Right?
There is a
Boom.
ambiguity.
Right? There's a cup and handle.
FTC is reinterpreting existing
To an
statutes.
extent.
I think that's what's leading to some of the losses in court. And so the result of that is what you're seeing again in C-suites and boardrooms is an expanded willingness to say, well, look, the FTC may or may not, or the Department
Oh, shit.
to this, but if the courts are providing clarity, perhaps we can proceed.
Alright, so there's our 11 o'clock bounce. See if it's nice volume. They're stepping in.
But if the odds of winning are high enough,
Oh,
we'll
shit.
proceed anyway. And in addition to that,
I would assume we get a bounce at 445.
that the FTC backed off of the Amgen Horizon case, suggesting perhaps, again, I don't want to
Might come back. So now we're getting VWAP going in right with the 50 day.
transaction.
So maybe we get a bounce back into this area.
What about the environment in Washington, Peter, beyond just regulatory FTC antitrust? I'm sure you're keeping a close eye on the possibility of a government shutdown happening by the end of the month. Sort of in your prior hat that you wore, do you think this is where we're headed, and do you think it'll have an impact for investors?
Well, I think the impact of a government shutdown is much less material than the risk of the debt limit issue that we are thankfully past for now. So hard to tell exactly how the negotiations over a government shutdown, which involves that part of the budget that are annual appropriations, it's not quite as disastrous a situation as the debt limit would be.
Alright, there we go.
For an economy that is still chugging along decently,
Come on.
that kind of ambiguity or that kind of uncertainty. And again, it just reflects the extreme polarization that has taken over Washington. And is
I'm going to keep my eye on Roku and see if it gives me a second opportunity.
significant increase
See what it does.
in budget deficit.
I'll be right back. shit. I'm gonna take like a little time out, guys. I'm gonna leave this up. I'll turn on some CNBC. I'm gonna go turn on some. I'm gonna go throw in some laundry and stuff. I'll be back in a few minutes, and I'm gonna watch the markets. But just stay safe. I'll be back on in a few minutes. I'm not going anywhere, but I want to throw some laundry in and stuff. You know, kind of just being patient, waiting for next week. I'm gonna watch small caps, NBSE. I feel like we're gonna start getting a good amount of them now too. Wow, yeah, it is, isn't it? I like that volume. Very nice, man. Great job. Great job. That's a nice one. Shit. Is this going to be our first third candle in a row on a 3-minute chart? It was. It was on the SPY. So now it feels like we're going to get our tested at 50 day. I have such a migraine. I've had a migraine the past couple days. I shouldn't because I've had a, I've taken a little time off. Alright, let's go back to a 3-minute chart. Alright. I'll be back in 1 minute. This is going to be big. What's getting ready to come up on CNBC? This is the question to your answer what we were just talking about a little bit ago when it comes up.